Hello there, my sleepy nights. And tonight, we journey through Norse mythology. You may have heard that the Vikings who terrorized Northern Europe and England during the 9th and 10th centuries were a cruel and barbaric people. But this is not entirely the case. Although they were by nature warlike, they also had a healthy appreciation of fine art and craftsmanship. Their swords, for example, were as beautiful as they were deadly. Their ships were as elegant as they were fast. And, curiously enough, as far as the Vikings were concerned, you did not have to be a great warrior to be considered a hero. You could just as easily be a poet. This is the story of such a man, a poet and singer called Nornagest. In many ways, he was the last of the Viking heroes. His father was a nobleman, living in a small but comfortable castle. When the baby was born, he threw a banquet, as was the custom. All his relatives and friends crowded around the new baby, making the sort of inane comments that relatives and friends always make on such occasions. So, nobody noticed when the front door opened and 3 old women wrapped in cloaks came in. These women were the Norns, the most powerful spirits in Scandinavia. The oldest was called Urd, and she was the spirit of the past. Then came Verdandi, who was the spirit of the present. The third, who wore a veil across her face, was called Skuld, and she was the most feared of the Norns. For in her word hung man's future. When the 3 Norns were so approaching the cot, the crowd fell silent, partly out of respect, but mainly because they were afraid. Then Urd laid her wrinkled hand on the baby's head and said, "I bless this child with good looks and with courage that all men will one day admire." Then it was Verdandi's turn. "I bless this child with the gift of poetry. Nowhere in the land will be a greater poet." Finally, Skuld stepped forward. But then something terrible happened. One of the relatives, carried away by the excitement of the moment, rushed forward to pick up her little nephew. who was not only going to be good looking, but a poet too. She hadn't realized that Skuld was about to speak, and before anyone could stop her, she had barged into the Norn and knocked her right off her feet. Nobody spoke. The parents of the child looked on in horror. Slowly, Skuld got to her feet. Nobody could see her face, but it was clear she was shaking with anger. For a long, long minute, she stood beside the cot. Then she flung her arm out, one finger pointing at a candle that burned nearby. "The child shall live only so long as the candle lasts," she cried. "When the flame of the candle flickers and dies, so will the life of the child." With these words, Skuld stormed out of the room, with Verdandi close behind her, but Urd stayed behind. Gently, she lifted the candle out of its holder and walked over to the unhappy parents. "A curse uttered in anger can still be made into a blessing," she said. She blew the candle out. "Keep the candle safe," she continued. "So long as the candle remains unlit, so will your child live in health and happiness." Then she put the candle down and followed her sisters out. After that, the parents called the child Norna Guest, which means protected by the Norns. Norna Guest grew up and, as the two Norns had predicted, he became well known for his good looks and much admired for his poetry. In those days, poetry wasn't something you just read in dusty books or talked about in school. It lived, with the wind rattling and the flames leaping in the hearth. Norna Guest would sing of gods and heroes, accompanying himself on the harp. Even without his music, his voice could somehow turn the stories into songs. For 100 years, Norna Guest traveled the country. He sang of Odin and of Thor, of the mischievous Loki and the beautiful Freya. Everywhere he went, he breathed new life into ancient myths and legends. As he spoke, the furnaces of Volund, the blacksmith, glowed once again. The eternal city of Asgard rose out of the ashes of time, and the Volsungs strode forth to renew their adventures. But in that 100 years, things began to change. A new religion was sweeping across Europe. A religion that declared that there was only one God. For this was the age of Christianity. And although it was taught with kindness and inspiration in some parts of the world, it was forced on the people with great cruelty in others. Idols were smashed and temples destroyed. Men and women were tortured and driven out of their homes. Slowly, the old gods began to disappear. One of the cruelest of the new Christians was King Olaf Tryggvason, who ruled Norway from AD 997 to 1000. It was to his court that Nornagest one day came. The poet was warmly greeted, and after a good dinner, he set up his harp in one corner of the assembly and began to sing. His voice was as sweet as ever, because in 100 years, he had hardly aged at all. But King Olaf did not like what he heard. He himself was an elderly man with a tuft of silver hair on each side of an otherwise bald head. He had loose, rubbery lips and the bright, watery eyes of a fanatic. He had devoted his whole life and a great many other people's deaths to this new religion. It was all he ever thought about. And now he heard neither music nor poetry. He heard only the names of the old gods with whom he had sworn to destroy. So, when Nornagest paused between two songs, the king went over to him and, sticking his chest out and fixing a superior look on his face, addressed him thus. "My dear boy," he said, "I do enjoy a nice song after supper, but I notice you sing only of Asgard and all that stuff. Very amusing, I'm sure, but of course, nobody believes in it anymore. Not in this day and age. At least, I assume you don't believe in it." Nornagest narrowed his eyes but said nothing. "Now that I come to think of it," the king continued, "I can't remember if you've been converted to the new religion or not. Would you care to remind me?" "I am what I am," Nornagest said, "and I am happy." Happy? King Olaf cried. My dear fellow, you would be much, much happier if you converted. Really, you would. I've never been so happy. Ask anyone. Once again, Nornegest said nothing, and now the king grew angry. Of course, he said, you could choose not to convert, but I don't think that would be a very happy decision. He gave Nornegest an ugly look. Not unless you think you can play the harp without fingers and sing without a tongue. Nornegest was brave, but he was no fool. He knew that if he refused, the king would mutilate him as he had threatened. And so, nodding his head sadly, he agreed that he would renounce the old gods, forget the old myths, and convert to this new religion. Hallelujah, King Olaf cried. Another soul has been saved. He turned and began to walk back to the throne, but then he stopped. He had remembered the story of the candle. For after that disastrous banquet, the tale had been told throughout the country. Nornegest himself had heard it from his mother, who had entrusted him with the precious candle a few years before she died. The king smiled thoughtfully. Do you have it with you? I carry it always, sire, Nornegest said. Well, why don't you light it before you continue to sing? It is, after all, rather dark in this corner. Light the candle. But, Nornegest began, you have converted, the king exclaimed. You no longer believe in these stupid stories of spirits and magic candles. Light it and sing, or my torturers will soon have you singing another tune. Nornegest had no choice. He lit the candle, and as the king sat down on his throne, he began to sing for the last time. There were about 100 people in the room. They had been enjoying themselves until the king's interruption. But the atmosphere had changed. They had all been converted too. They had also denounced the old gods, disclaimed the old legends. Now, their eyes flickered from the poet to the candle, back to the poet. The wax dripped. Nornagest's voice grew weaker. A breeze caught the flame and he shivered. Lower and lower burnt the wick. Soon, his voice was so quiet that it could hardly be heard. But still he sang, and as he sang, he reflected on the changing world and the new order of things. And his voice was sad. There was a soft hiss, and the candle went out. "There you are," King Olaf said. "The candle's out, and the boy's still fine. What did I tell you?" Nornagest fell to the ground. 100 pairs of eyes turned to the king, who squirmed on his throne. Nornagest was dead. What we call Thursday was originally called Thor's Day, for it was dedicated by the Vikings to Thor, the god of thunder and son of Odin, who was himself king of the gods. Tall and strong, with a flowing red beard, Thor lived with his father in the citadel of Asgard, which could only be reached by crossing the Rainbow Bridge. It was said by the Vikings that the sound of thunder was nothing more than the wheels of Thor's chariot rumbling over the clouds. Thor possessed a pair of iron gloves and a magic belt that doubled his strength. His voice was so loud that it could be heard even above the clamor of a battle, and would have his enemies fainting with terror. But his most prized possession was his hammer. Mjolnir, the Destroyer. Mjolnir had been made from a meteorite that had fallen to the earth during a storm. It had been fashioned into shape by a dwarf whose skill in ironwork was unrivaled. Using his strength, Thor could hurl the hammer at a target on the other side of the world. Never did it miss its mark. Once thrown, it always returned to his hand. Every year Thor used Mjolnir to break up the ice of winter in order to allow spring to come once again. You can imagine then how Thor felt when he woke up one day to find that his precious hammer was missing. He looked under his pillow, then under his bed. He tore the pillow to shreds, then the bed to matchwood. Finally, he ransacked every room in the house, knocking down several walls with his bare fists, but all to no avail. It was then that Loki, the god of firelight, happened to pass. Seeing Thor sitting in the street with half the contents of the house and, indeed, half of the house itself scattered around him, he asked what was the matter. Now, Loki was a sly, untrustworthy god who delighted in mischief. Normally, Thor would have trusted him as far as he could throw him, which was actually a very long way indeed. But by now, he was so desperate. He told him everything. "Don't worry, my dear fellow," Loki said. "I'll find Mjolnir for you. I expect one of the giants has stolen it." The giants. Thor's face lit up. Why didn't I think of that? I can't imagine, Loki smiled to himself, for he did not think very highly of Thor's intelligence. You wait here. I'll see what I can do. And with that, Loki turned himself into a bird and flew out of Asgard, over the Rainbow Bridge and on to the frozen land of Jotunheim, where the giants lived. Loki was sure he would find the hammer there, for the giants had never really liked the gods, and they actively hated Thor, who had killed many of their number. Loki searched Jotunheim and spied nothing. At last, he settled beside a lake where, despite the ice that floated on the surface, one of the giants was swimming. "Having a good swim, Your Majesty?" he asked. For the giant was none other than Thrym, king of Jotunheim. "Not cold enough," Thrym replied, although his skin was quite blue and his beard had frozen solid. What brings you to Jotunheim, Loki? A hammer, as a matter of fact, Loki replied. Thor's hammer, to be precise. At that, Thrym roared with laughter. So, he sent you, did he? Ha ha. Well, let me tell you something, my friend. You'll never find it. So, you know where it is? Loki asked. Of course I do. I was the one who stole it. And now, I've hidden it 8 fathoms underground, and only I know where. Once again, the giant burst into laughter. Icy drops of water splashing out of his hair. Loki smiled politely. I imagine, he began, that your majesty has some exchange in mind. The hammer is useless to you. What do you want it for? The giant stopped laughing. You are cunning, Loki, he said. And you are right. For a long time now, I have been looking for a wife. Recently, I heard talk of a certain Freya, the goddess of love. I am told she is very beautiful. There is none more beautiful, Loki agreed. Then I want her. The hammer will be my wedding present to her. With respect, Loki said carefully, I don't think Freya will be very happy about marrying you. I mean no offense, but your majesty is not exactly blessed with good looks. Your majesty's nose is crooked, and the boil on your majesty's chin is the size of a steam pudding. Your majesty's stomach is also... That's enough, Thrym roared. If I don't get Freya, Thor does not get his hammer. And that's final. Loki returned to Asgard and found Thor still sitting outside the wreckage of his house. Thor stood up hopefully, but his face fell when he saw that Loki had come back empty-handed. Then Loki told him what he had learned, and once again he cheered up. "That's simple then," he cried. "We'll tell Freya, and in no time at all, I'll have my beloved hammer back." "My dear Thor," Loki sighed. "Do you really think Freya will agree to marry Thrym? He's a giant, for goodness sake. And anyway, Freya is already married." Oh yes, Thor said. "I hadn't thought of that. But let's ask her anyway. You never know." "No," Loki agreed. "Never," Freya cried. Thor and Loki stood sheepishly while the goddess of love glared at them with remarkably little love in her eyes. "Never," she repeated. "The giant has a boil on his chin, the size of a steam pudding. I'm sorry, Thor, but I wouldn't marry him if he were the last creature alive. It's preposterous to even think of it." "But my hammer," Thor muttered. "Forget it," Freya snapped and slammed the door. Thor looked sadly at Loki, who just shrugged. "We'd better call a meeting of the council," he said. "This needs discussing." And so, all the gods and goddesses of Asgard, apart from Freya and her husband, assembled in Odin's palace to decide what should be done, while Thor sat waiting for someone to come up with a good idea. He listened while they debated, shaking his head when one of the gods suggested he should enter Jotunheim alone to confront the king. "No, it's impossible," he said. "I am virtually powerless without my hammer. Perhaps I could defeat Thrym, but not his entire court." At last, Loki got to his feet, and he stepped into the center of the crowded council chamber. As all eyes turned on him, He couldn't stop a mischievous smile flickering across his lips. "I have an idea," he said. "What is it, Loki?" Odin demanded. "It's simple, really," Loki explained. "Thrym wants Freya. Freya won't go. But suppose Thor were to go to Jotunheim, disguised as Freya. He got no further. With a great roar, Thor sprang forward. "Are you saying I should dress up as a woman?" he demanded. "Exactly," Loki replied. "You'll have to shave your beard off, of course, and your legs. But it seems to me to be the only way." "Well, why can't you go?" "Because when Thrym gives me the hammer, I wouldn't know what to do with it. None of us would. It's your hammer. You'll have to go." "Dressed as a woman?" Thor pounded his fist into his palm. "Thor, the god of thunder, wearing women's clothes? Never, never, Loki. I would die of shame." "You do Loki wrong, my son." Now Odin got to his feet. "It is a good idea, a cunning idea. There is no shame in it. But the giants will laugh at me, father." "The giants will hardly be able to laugh when you have carved in their skulls," Odin said. "No, I won't go." "You will go. Mjolnir is not just a plaything. It is a great weapon, and all Asgard relies on its strength. What will happen next spring if you cannot break the ice of winter? For it is a task you cannot do without Mjolnir. No, Thor. You will go. I, Odin, commanded." There was a long silence. Then Thor nodded. "Very well, father," he said. "But if anyone laughs at me, nobody will laugh at you," Odin promised. course, Loki was delighted by the whole affair. In fact, the plan had been at the back of his mind from the very start, which was why he had been so pleased to help. He never actually laughed at Thor, but he teased him unmercifully, simpering at him and calling him Thora. He even offered to travel to Jotunheim with him so as to enjoy the joke to its end. After the council meeting, Thor's hair was cut short and covered by a blonde wig. His beard was shaved off and his eyebrows were plucked. His legs were shaved and he was given a white silk dress. A smear of lipstick, a little eyeshadow, and a garland of flowers completed the transformation. Then he and Loki sneaked out of a back door, Loki shaking with silent mirth, and the two of them set off for Jotunheim. Thrym was ecstatic when he saw the two figures appear. At once, he prepared a great banquet in the halls of his castle, the fire roaring in the hearth, and the best gold plate laid out on the tables. He even put a plaster over the boil on his chin, so that it would not offend his new bride. It did perhaps surprise him that Freya was well over 6 feet tall. As he took her arm to help her out of the chariot, he was a little puzzled by the bulging muscles beneath the silk dress. The way she walked with great manly strides did seem a touch out of character. But Thrym was too excited to realize that he was being deceived. As the evening wore on, however, it was impossible not to notice that something strange was going on. When the banquet was served, for example, Freya ate a whole ox, 8 large salmon, 15 loaves of bread, 6 plates of sweetmeats, and well over 30 cakes, and drank 3 barrels of mead before half the guests had even picked up their knives and forks. Thrym stared at Thor, then at Loki, then at Thor again, and rubbed his eyes. "Forgive me for asking, my dear," he said, "but is this how the goddesses of Asgard normally behave? Even giant women can't eat as much as I have just seen you consume. Do you always eat as much as that? Thor muttered. The Lady Freya has been fasting for 8 days, Loki interrupted hastily. She wanted to look her best for you, so she went on a diet. She hasn't touched anything for 8 days. How kind of her, Thrym exclaimed. And now I think, to show my appreciation, I will give her a little kiss. And he leaned forward, his great lips oozing in the direction of Thor's cheek. Thor, of course, was horrified. He sprang up, lightning flashing from his eyes. Why do your eyes flash so, my dear? Thrym asked. Whatever can be the matter with you? Freya is tired. Once again, Loki had come up with a fast answer. For there were at least 24 giants in the banqueting hall. And had the deception been discovered, the 2 of them would have been torn apart before they could say smorgasbord. Smiling, Loki led Thor back to his seat. She hasn't been asleep for a week, he continued. You see, she's been so excited about coming here. Her eyes are a little red. Nothing to worry about, though. The answer satisfied Thrym, and he gave orders for his wedding present to Freya to be brought in and laid on her knees as was the custom. The doors opened, and 2 servants came in, carrying Mjolnir on a silver tray. The moment Thor held it, the need for pretense was over. Standing up, he threw off the wig, and with one swing of his arm, cracked open Thrym's skull. As Odin had predicted, none of the giants laughed at him. They were too busy fleeing for their lives, but without success. Every time Mjolnir flew, a giant fell until soon there were none left standing. Thor and Loki returned to Asgard in their chariot at once. As they rode over the Rainbow Bridge, Thor turned to the god of the fireplace and laid a hand on his shoulder. "This has been a strange adventure," he said, "and not one that I shall remember with much joy. Thor disguised as a woman. But I am sure I can rely on you, my good friend, never to remind me of it, nor tease me about it." "Of course you can rely on me, my dear Thora. I mean, my dear Thor," Loki replied. Beyond the rugged fjords of ancient Scandinavia, where the northern lights dance across the velvet sky, a saga whispers through the pines. In this mystical realm, steeped in the twilight of legends, the tale of the Vikings begins. These warriors and explorers, emerging from their harsh, beautiful homeland, were destined to etch their names across the pages of history. As night descends upon the Norse lands, the air vibrates with the echoes of ancient lore. Here, in the flickering glow of the hearth, stories unfold of fierce Norsemen, their long ships cleaving through the icy waters with a hunger for discovery and conquest. From the 9th to the 11th centuries, their voyages carried them far beyond their native shores. From the frozen expanse of Greenland to the unknown wilds of North America. In the whispered tales, carried through the winds of time, these seafaring adventurers are often cast as indomitable raiders, their spirit unyielding, their hearts aflame with the pursuit of glory and riches. Their legacy, a tapestry of battle and bravery, adventure and exploration, is woven into the very fabric of the North. In their wake, they left a profound enigma, a legacy that intertwines the threads of myth and reality into an eternal saga that resonates through the ages. In the nascent whisper of the cosmos, where existence itself was yet a mere shadow, two realms emerged from the silent void. Felheim, a domain shrouded in eternal fog, and Muspel, a realm ablaze with unquenchable fire. between these stark contrasts of frost and flame lay Ginnungagap, a yawning abyss where their fierce clash gave birth to Ymir, the first of the frost giants. This momentous event marked the beginning of an ageless conflict, woven into the very essence of creation. From the misty vales of Filheim and the fiery breath of Muspel, the spark of life ignited. Aud Umla, a celestial cow of boundless nourishment, nurtured Ymir and birthed Buri, a deity of beginnings. Thus began the lineage of giants and gods, a pantheon destined to shape the fate of all realms. In this tumultuous cradle of existence, the saga of Bor and his valiant sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve, unfolded. Their epic struggle against Ymir, a titan of primordial frost, reshaped the universe. Ymir's colossal form, vanquished in cosmic combat, gave rise to the world. His flesh molded into the earth, his bones the towering mountains, his blood the vast seas. From the earth sprang the dwarfs, stalwart and industrious, who toiled beneath the sky. Once Ymir's skull, upheld at each corner by the dwarfs Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Westri. Ymir's lustrous hair transformed into the verdant trees and bushes, while his brow became the formidable walls that sheltered the gods and enclosed Midgard, the bastion of humanity. Yet, from the aftermath of Ymir's fall, one giant, Bergelmir, endured. He fled to the far reaches of the universe, forging Jotunheim, a new realm for giants, a testament to the unending cycle of creation and destruction. The gods, in their unceasing labor, crafted the heavens from Ymir's remains. His brains scattered across the sky formed the brooding clouds, while Surtur's fiery sparks were harnessed to create the stars. The sun and moon resplendent in their golden chariots, and drawn by the noble steeds, Arvakar and Alsvin embarked upon their eternal voyage across the sky, heralding the rhythm of day and night. Thus was born the grand narrative of the world, a saga of celestial origins and enduring legacies, where the whispers of the gods and the echoes of giants resonate across the boundless expanse of time and space. In the early light of a world freshly carved from the chaos of creation, Odin, the All-Father and Supreme Deity, traversed the new earth with his brethren, Honir and Loki. They roamed under the vast canopy formed by Ymir's transformed essence, now the oceans and skies, reveling in the majesty of their handiwork. Yet, in this serene landscape, a profound silence lingered, an emptiness yearning for the breath of life. Wandering along the ocean's edge, where the waves whispered secrets to the shore, the gods chanced upon 2 pieces of driftwood, gifts of the sea, shaped by time and tide. A divine spark flickered within them, igniting a vision of profound creativity. Honir, casting his shadow upon one, bestowed it upon the outline of humanity, while Loki, with his mischievous charm, animated the other, making it pirouette in the golden sunlight. Then came Odin's turn, his breath carrying the essence of divinity, to breathe life into the inert wood. As his breath touched the first piece, its rough bark receded, revealing a woman, her form still and serene, radiant with untapped potential. Turning to the second, Odin's exhalation wrought a similar transformation, unveiling a man, equally poised on the brink of life. From Odin's gift, these wooden figures awakened to a newfound existence. Loki, the shapeshifter, now imbued the woman with the vibrancy of youth, the clarity of understanding, and the richness of the senses. She arose, a living embodiment of their divine craft, her eyes alight with wonder. Loki then bestowed upon the man the vigor of life and the same depth of perception and sensation, enabling him to rise and stand beside his companion. Honir, completing their transformation, granted them the power of speech, the final flourish to their humanity. With this, the very first humans, their hands intertwined, stepped forward into the uncharted world, embarking on a journey destined to be woven into the annals of time. Odin, in his commanding voice, named them Ash and Elm, a tribute to their origins from the driftwood. He draped his cloak over Elm, a symbol of protection and care, entrusting her to Ash's guardianship. bond believed by the Vikings to be eternal, spanning the river of time. Asgard, revered as the enclosure of the gods and ruled by Odin, stood majestically above the clouds on Yggdrasil, a realm of unparalleled peace and splendor, overlooking Midgard. Its most glorious palace, Gladsheim, housed the golden thrones of the 12 principal deities, radiating like the sun itself. Vingoth, another resplendent palace, dedicated to the goddesses, reflected Asgard's golden era. Here, in the halls of gold, divine laws were decreed, ensuring eternal harmony. A forge, central to Asgard's grandeur, crafted tools and weapons for its magnificent constructions, while the breathtaking Bifrost, or Rainbow Bridge, arched over Midgard, a dazzling spectacle. Idavale, the heart of Asgard, was a lush landscape of rolling hills and palaces, adorned with gold, silver, and sparkling gems. The Aesir, gods of noble spirit, dwelled here, central to the myriad legends. Yet the Vanir from Vanaheim also played their part in this celestial narrative. Past conflicts between these divine families led to a unity strengthened by exchanged hostages, symbolizing a profound sacrifice and the harmonious coexistence of these two godly lineages. Yggdrasil, the world ash, soars as an eternal guardian of the cosmos, its immense branches embracing all 9 realms, binding them in a network of life and destiny. At the core of this majestic tree, the Norns, 3 powerful sisters, known as the Fates, meticulously tend to its roots, each drawing life from 3 mystical wells. One root descends into Asgard, the divine realm of the gods, nourished by the well of Weird, named after the eldest of the Norns. Another root reaches into the frosty realm of Jotunheim, home to the frost giants, where it draws sustenance from the well of Mimir, a god whose wisdom endures in his surviving head, kept alive by enchanted herbs and waters. The third root ventures into Filheim, enduring hardships near Vergelmir, a fountain of black water that exudes the aroma of decay. Here, the fearsome dragon Nithog relentlessly gnaws at the root, a threat potent enough to wither any other tree. Yggdrasil stands unwavering, a timeless beacon linking each world and facilitating communication across realms. Its name, Steed of Odin, hints at dark undertones, entwined with a story of sacrifice and discovery. In his quest for the secrets of ruins, the ancient symbols of wisdom and power, Odin underwent a grueling sacrifice. He hung himself from Yggdrasil's bow, enduring 9 excruciating days and nights, his anguished cries resounding across the realms. This ordeal, though filled with agony, granted Odin unparalleled mastery over the magical ruins, securing his position as the sole bearer of this profound knowledge. His newfound wisdom, shared among his allies, elevated his status to that of a legend. Odin's sovereignty extended across the 9 realms, from the celestial heights of Asgard to the netherworld of Hell. Between these extremes were the domains of Vanir in Vanaheim, the mortal realm of Midgard, the lands of the light and dark elves, dwarfs, frost and hill giants, and the fiery giants of Muspel. Asgard, the most illustrious of these worlds, is the stage upon which our story unfolds. A realm of gods and legends, the heart of ancient tales. In the golden age of Asgard, Odin reigned at the head of the 9 worlds of Yggdrasil. He was a fair man, well liked by all, and his kingdom of Asgard was a magnificent place, where time stood still, and youth and the pleasures of nature abounded. Odin was also called All-Father, for he was the father of all men and gods. He reigned high on his throne, overlooking each of the worlds, and when the impulse struck him, Odin disguised himself and went among the gods and people of the other worlds, seeking to understand their activities. Odin appeared in many forms, but he was often recognized, for he had just one eye, and that eye could see all. Odin had many adventures, and before the war of the gods, before Odin began to prepare for Ragnarok, Asgard was a setting for many of them, as you will see. All of the gods have their stories, and some of the most exciting are recorded here. Odin's throne in Asgard stood not merely as a seat of power, but as a vantage point, from where he watched over the earthly realm and the divine activities of Asgard. Unlike the brawny warriors of legend, Odin's strength lay in his profound wisdom. Perched upon his shoulders were 2 ravens, the embodiment of thought and the essence of memory. These ravens were his link to the world beyond, whispering secrets of the land into his ear. In his hand, he wielded a spear of unbreakable will, crafted by the skilled hands of dwarfs. Upon his finger, he wore a ring symbolizing the unending cycle of life. And at his feet, two loyal wolves, Jerry and Freki, guardians of his majestic presence, assured success in every hunt. Odin's existence was a tapestry of contrasts, blurring the lines between the living and the ethereal. On the battlefield, he appeared as an enigmatic old man, his presence marked by the company of ravens, wolves, and the Valkyries, the choosers of the slain, guiding the souls of fallen warriors to the grandeur of Valhalla. Valhalla, Odin's majestic palace in Asgard, was a sight to behold. With 500 doors, wide enough for armies to pass, its walls shimmered with polished spears, and its roof, a sea of golden shields, glowed like the sun. Here, the warriors favored by Odin indulged in endless feasts and tested their might in unmatched feats of arms, their wounds healing instantaneously under Valhalla's enchantment. Beside Odin was Frigga, the revered mother goddess, his wife and partner, weaving the fate of the world with her ethereal touch. Frigga, the goddess of the atmosphere, was adored both on Earth and in Asgard, her presence as nurturing as nature itself. In this divine realm, where the passage of time bowed to the wills of the gods, Odin and Frigga raised their children. Among them was Thor, the boisterous god of thunder, with his fiery hair and spirited heart, dwelling in his grand castle. Baldur, the fairest and kindest of all, radiated purity, while Hodur, blind yet content, found joy in the simple pleasures of existence. Tyr, the brave god of war, travelled far and wide, his legacy etched into every sword. Guarding Asgard's boundaries was Heimdall, the vigilant watcher, forever alert to the stirrings of enemies. His home, near the Rainbow Bridge, Bifrost, stood as a testament to his eternal vigilance. But even in this golden age, Asgard held its secrets. Loki, a being of trickery and mischief, wove his plots, his nature a stark contrast to the harmonious realm. His kinship with Odin was a matter of debate, but his thirst for chaos was undeniable. Thus, in the heart of Yggdrasil, the world ash, the story of Odin, Frigga, and the pantheon of Norse gods unfolded. A saga of power, wisdom, and the eternal dance of cosmic forces. Loki was a trickster, a good-looking rascal of a man, whose eyes burned with mischief of the most dangerous kind. His handsome exterior housed a soul that was black and rotten. But for many years he lived happily in Asgard, amusing the gods and causing no real trouble other than that of a clown or a fool. And so he was tolerated there and allowed to marry and have children. Loki was married to Sigyn, and his children were more terrible than him. He already had 3 children by an ogress, one a wolf called Fenris, another a serpent or dragon, Jormungandr, who overtook Midgard as he grew, and the third, a dark but beautiful child called Hel. She was to become the queen of the underworld, and she had control over every man and woman who entered her gates. Now Loki's trickery was well known in Asgard and across the 9 worlds, and his story inextricably linked with that of the other gods, for he involved himself in most events in their lives, offering advice and annoying them. Some of his mischief was amusing, some was dangerous. One evening, when another god, Freya, had become part of Asgard, Loki spied her marvelous necklace, a golden symbol of the fruitlessness of the earth, which she wore about her slender neck at all times. Loki coveted this necklace, and he found he could not sleep until he had it in his possession. So it was that he crept one night into her chamber and bent over as if to remove it. Finding that her position in sleep made this feat impossible, he turned himself into a small flea, and springing under the bedclothes, he bit the lovely goddess so that she turned in her sleep. Loki then returned to his shape and undid the clasp of the necklace, which he removed without arousing Freya. Not far from Freya's palace, Heimdall had heard the sound of Loki becoming a flea, a sound so slight that only the great watchman of the gods could have heard it. And he travelled immediately to the palace to investigate. He saw Loki leaving with the necklace, and soon caught up with him, drawing his sword in order to remove the thief's head. Loki immediately changed himself into a thin blue flame, but quick as a flash, Heimdall became a cloud and sent down a sheath of rain in order to douse the flame. Loki quickly became a polar bear and opened his jaws to swallow up the water, whereupon Heimdall turned himself into a bear and attacked the hapless trickster. In haste, Loki became a seal, and then once again, Heimdall transformed himself into the same form as Loki, and the two fought for many hours before Heimdall showed his worth and won the necklace from Loki. There is another story told of Loki, whose tricks were not always used to ill effect. One day, a giant and a peasant sat together playing a game. There were bets laid on the outcome of the game, and the giant won. The peasant, having little to offer, had pledged his only son, and the giant promised to return the following day to claim his prize. The peasant returned to his wife and admitted his shameful problem, and together they prayed to Odin, who answered their prayers and came down to earth. He changed the peasant's boy into a tiny grain of wheat and hid it in a sheaf of grain in the center of a large wheat field. But the giant was wiser than Allfather had given him credit for, and when he discovered the boy missing from the peasant's home, he walked straight to the wheat field, located the shaft of wheat, and plucked out the grain, which was the boy. He was just about to eat it when Odin heard the child's cry and returned to earth once again. He snatched the grain from the hand of the giant and transformed the boy to his human form once again. He apologized to the peasants and left them, saying that there was no more he could do for them. The giant roared and shouted that he had been deceived, and he vowed that he would return the following day to claim his prize. Once again, the peasants prayed, this time to Honir, who graciously came to earth and changed the boy into a soft piece of down, which he hid in the breast of a swan, who glided easily across the stream by the peasant's home. It was not long before the giant returned, and he took only a few moments to guess what had happened to the boy. Grasping the swan by the neck, he made as if to bite off its head, when Honir heard the boy's cries and returned to earth. He returned the boy to his parents, but then he disappeared, explaining that he had done all he could and could do no more to help. The peasants were in great despair, and the giant promised that he would return the following day to claim his prize. They prayed then to Loki, who came down to them at once, and carrying the boy out to sea and hiding him inside an egg in the roe of a flounder. The giant spied Loki returning from his task, and he guessed at once where the peasant boy was being held. He captured a boat and went at once to the sea with his fishing rod in hand. And soon enough, he captured the flounder. The fish was opened, and the egg extracted, when suddenly Loki reappeared and plucked the egg from the giant's hand, transforming it once again into the boy, who was sent running home to his parents. Loki set upon the giant then, cutting off his leg and beating him about the head. But the giant had powers of his own, and he was able to heal himself at once, regaining his form and making for the home of the peasants. He was on just the brink of capturing the boy when Loki used a clever ploy. He quickly chopped off the leg of the giant and threw it away so that it could not be rejoined. He placed a spear of metal where the leg had been, for it was well known that even magic could not cross a metal barrier. The giant was slain at last, and the peasants rejoiced, praising Loki, so that he became inflated with pride. Loki appears many more times in the stories of Asgard, and his name was often on the tongue of its inhabitants. One fine day, Odin, Loki, and Honir wandered throughout the worlds on one of their regular missions, just to see that all was well. And as they travelled, they grew hungry, and they finally stopped in order to cook an ox to give them sustenance to carry on. A fine ox was chosen from a herd in a field, and it was duly slain and placed on a spit over roaring flames. After several hours, the ox was removed from the fire, and the three wanderers licked their lips and they prepared for their meal. Honir cut into the beef and stopped. Under the crisp exterior, the beef was raw through and through. Fresh blood dripped onto the fire. Honir looked puzzled, but he placed the beef back onto the spit and motioned to his friends that they could not eat just yet. The fire was built up once more, and the three men waited for another hour or so before removing the beef from the spit once more. This time, Odin cut into the meat, but again, it was uncooked. It appeared that the fire had no effect whatsoever. Suddenly there was movement in the trees, and a rush of wings. There, at the top of the tree, overlooking their fire, sat a great eagle. He sat looking down at them with great satisfaction. "Our meat is uncooked," Odin said helplessly, pointing to the fire. "The meat will remain uncooked," said the eagle, "until I ordain it to be cooked." The three travelers looked at the eagle with interest. It was not often that gods were challenged, and they waited to hear the reason. "All right then," said Odin fairly. "Please could you allow our meat to cook?" "I shall do so," said the eagle, "if I can eat my fill before you partake from the ox." Odin nodded and agreed, for he was famished by hunger now, and he was determined to have some of this fine piece of ox. Within 5 minutes the beef was cooked, and with a flurry of feathers, the eagle landed by the fire, and stirring up a great cloud of ashes, began to eat. Moments later, there was silence. The eagle had returned to the tree, and the spit was empty. Now Loki in particular was enraged by this act. He was accustomed to being the trickster, and was not used to having tricks played on him, whatever the reason. "Who are you?" he called out angrily, to which the eagle only laughed and shrugged. Loki grabbed a burning log from the fire and made towards the eagle, who only ducked and dove at Loki until he was quite reddened with fury. Finally, the eagle swooped down and dug his talons into the log which Loki held, drawing it up into the air as he flew. Loki struggled to let go of the wood, but he was unable to free himself. His fingers clutched the branch, and nothing he could do would loosen them. "Let me down," he cried, angrily kicking his feet and shouting. But the eagle flew higher and higher, turning and soaring through the air, and terrifying Loki so that he closed his eyes in fear. When at last the eagle sensed that his prisoner could take no more, he spoke. "I am Thiazi, the great giant. I will let you loose only if you swear to deliver the goddess Ithun to me. You must lure her beyond the walls of Asgard, where I can catch her, and she must bring with her the basket of apples." Loki considered this for a moment, and then agreed. Far below him, Odin and Honir watched, never imagining the treachery of which Loki was capable. In a moment, Loki was set safely on the ground, and for a moment he sat there, stunned. Odin and Honir reached his side and asked him what had passed with the eagle. But Loki told them nothing. The three men returned to Asgard. Loki knew that the promise he had made to Thiazi was the worst he could have possibly made. For without the golden apples of Ithun, the ravages of time would take their toll on the occupants of Asgard, and he, Loki, alone would be responsible for the aging and eventual death of each and every one of them. He paced and paced the gardens where Ethan worked happily, her sweet rays bringing a nuance of spring to all she touched. But as much as Loki realized the trouble he would cause by luring Ethan from Asgard, he knew that there would be much more trouble if he did not satisfy his solemn oath to Thiazi. And so, it was on that fateful day that Loki approached Ethan, who was curled up by a bed of flowers. Ethan smiled innocently at Loki and began to explain how the flowers responded to her love, and how all growing things could benefit from praise and care. Loki smiled briefly and interrupted. "Come, Ethan," he said carelessly. "Did you know that yesterday, when I walked with Odin and Honia, I saw a tree bearing enchanted apples, just like your own?" Ethan laughed. "Why, that's not possible," she said brightly, knowing that her own golden apples were unique. They did not come from any tree, but appeared magically in her basket. When one was eaten, another quickly took its place, so that there was an eternal supply of youth. But Loki talked and talked to Ethan, and he managed to convince her that another source of apples would be a fine thing. For what should transpire if something were to happen to Ethan's basket? "Bring your basket," he said slyly, "and you'll see that the apples are much the same." Ethan finally agreed to travel with Loki to see the tree, and they set out for the walls of Asgard. No sooner had Ethan stepped outside when Thiazi swept down and, clutching her in his talons, carried her away. With her went the basket of apples. Loki skulked back inside the walls of Asgard and mentioned nothing of what had happened. Soon, it was discovered that Ethan was missing, and the gods became greatly distressed. Within a few days, wrinkles appeared on the gods' youthful cheeks, and their backs became hunched with age. They hardly recognized one another, and as the bloom of youth disappeared, so did their happiness. Asgard was a changed place, and everyone called out for the return of Ethan. Heimdall admitted that he had seen her with Loki on the fateful day of her disappearance, and at once Odin and his men set out to find the trickster. Loki admitted what had happened, and the rage of Odin was so great that Loki volunteered to see about the return of Ethan himself. Loki sat alone, deeply concerned by the task that lay ahead of him. For how was he to travel to the skies where Thiazi lived as an eagle? Loki could take many forms when the need arose, but he had not yet mastered the art of flying, and he found himself in a quandary which even his quick wits could not find a way out of. Suddenly, it came to him. Freya's coat. Freya's coat of feathers. Freya agreed at once to the loan of her hawk coat, for she was frightened by the wrinkles which cut deeply into her face, and without her legendary beauty, she would never be able to attract the souls of the warriors to her domain. And so, Loki set out wearing Freya's coat until he found the giant's castle. There, in a pen, sat Ithon, and she was alone. Thiazi's daughter, Skadi, had been watching the goddess, but because she was so serene and presented no threat of escape, Skadi had gone off for a walk, leaving Ithon to sit quietly, clutching her basket of apples. Loki swooped down and spoke quietly to Ithon. "Ithon, it's me, Loki," he said. "Listen carefully. I am to rescue you. In a moment, you must hold your basket to you, and I will turn you into a hazelnut and lift you into the sky and back to Asgard." Ever trusting, Ithon nodded her head and soon found herself high in the air with Loki the hawk. But just at that moment, Skadi returned, and it took her no time at all to realize what had just happened. She called out to her father, who was fishing several miles away, and he returned at once, rowing like a crazed person in order to reach his daughter. At once, he saw Loki carrying away the nut, and he transformed himself into the giant eagle in order to give chase. Loki was just within reach of the gates of Asgard when the eagle approached. From Asgard the gods watched with horror, and Freya cried out, "My hawk will never outfly an eagle." And so the gods got to work, and they directed Tyr to put together a great pile of wood shavings, which they set alight. Tyr held up the burning shavings, and as the eagle flew across, he touched it to him, and the giant bird burst into flames, his feather coat melting off until the giant fell helplessly to the ground, where he was burnt in a rush of flames. There beside him stood Loki, trembling and frightened, but complete. And there was Ithon, mercifully unharmed by the chase and by the blast of flames. She carefully handed each of the gods an apple, and youth was once more restored. Just as the gods began to settle back into their daily routines, there came a shriek from the walls. There stood Skadi, crying out for her father, who was nothing more than two burning embers. She cried out for vengeance, but Odin approached her and settled her down, pointing out that it had been her father who had begun this unhappy episode. It was finally agreed that Skadi would choose a god as her husband, in order that she would have a man to take care of her. She was to choose the one she wanted by looking at his feet. So, the screen was erected, and each man in Asgard was bidden to walk past the screen so that she could see their feet, choosing those that were the cleanest and purest white. Skadi looked smug, sure that she had picked Baldur, for no one else could have such clean white feet. But when the screen was removed, there was Njord, god of sea, whose feet were washed clean on the sands of the ocean each day. And so it was that the girl of the mountains married the god of the sea, and the two came together for all eternity. The Asi's embers were carried to the sky by Loki in Freya's coat, and there they sit today, the twin stars of the Asi, which bear his name and appear each night in the northern skies. Once, in the hall of Volsungs, a wedding took place. This was the wedding of Sæni, who was to marry the king of Gothland, called Siggeir. Sæni was the twin sister of Sigmund, who supported her marriage along with everyone in the kingdom. In the hall of the Volsungs was an unusual sight. Built into the hall itself was a huge living oak tree whose branches supported the roof. This oak tree was called Branstock, and it brought good luck to the Volsungs, who tended it carefully. On this day, the day of the wedding feast, there were great festivities underway. Great platters of food groaned on tables, and mead was passed around in horns as the joyful crowd toasted the health of the new couple. But suddenly, there was silence, for in the midst of the crowd appeared a stranger with a wide-brimmed hat. He had only one eye, and his feet were bare and dirtied from his travels. In his hand, he carried a spectacular sword, which glinted and shone in the light as if it were made of pure gold. He walked purposefully towards Branstock and plunged the sword into the trunk of the tree without murmuring a word. Then he turned and addressed the crowd. "Whosoever draws this sword from the tree will have it as a gift from me. Whosoever has as his own, my sword will have victory in every battle he fights." With that, the stranger left the room, and there was silence. There was no doubt in any one of their minds that the great Odin had been amongst them. Each of the men in the group stood up, longing for a chance to pull out the sword. Every great Viking warrior took his turn, while the others chattered excitedly. But one by one they pulled and tugged and yanked at that sword until only one man stood among them. A small, fair, young Sigmund. He stood and walked towards the sword, the room growing silent. Each of King Volsung's 9 sons had failed, as had the king himself. No one doubted that this young man would do so as well. Sigmund laid his hands on the hilt of the sword, and with a mighty pull, brought it from the trunk of the tree with ease. The sword became Sigmund's property, and as he grew older, he used it often, becoming the greatest Viking warrior that there ever was. And then the day came when Sigmund had reached the final years of his life. He lay dying on a field, the last of the Volsung line, and as he spoke his final words, his beloved wife Fjords bathed his face and wept over her dear husband. "I have met with Odin once again," he whispered to Fjords. "I know it was he because my sword could not match the mighty spear he carried. He has come to bring me to Valhalla, and dear one, I am ready to go." He held out a weary hand and brushed away Fjords' tears. "Fear not, little one," he said quietly, "for in your womb you carry my son, and he will be the greatest warrior ever known, greater still than any in Volsung. He will take my sword, and he shall reign supreme." And then Sigmund died. His wife Fjords went on to marry the son of the King of Denmark, a man called Alf, who did not know that the child she carried belonged to Sigmund. When she gave birth, there were great festivities, and the boy who was born was called Sigurd. It is here that this story joins another. For once, just 3 or 4 years before Sigurd became a youth and an apprentice to his smithy, Odin, Honir, and Loki were walking in Midgard. and they came across a burbling stream, rich with salmon and other fine fish. As they prepared to catch one for their meal, they were startled by the movement of an otter who was just waking at the side of the stream. Quickly, Loki grabbed the otter and killed it, and a fire was quickly built while the otter was skinned. The men dined greedily, and with the pelt of the otter over their backs, they made their way towards a cabin, which was just peeking from between the trees. They knocked at the door and were startled to be met by an angry man who was summoning his thralls to help him tie up these three strangers. Odin stepped forward. "Do you not know that passers-by are to be treated with kindness and given a bed for the night? Do you not know that Odin has decreed this?" Odin was in his customary disguise, and the angry stranger had no idea who he was dealing with. The stranger, whose name was Kridmar, scowled at Odin and said, "Not when they have murdered my son." Kridmar's son had been a form shifter and had just finished a fine meal of salmon, which he had caught in the shape of an otter. He had been murdered before he could become a man again. Loki and Odin apologized profusely and offered to do anything in their power to repay Kridmar. "There is only one thing you can do," said Kridmar, "and that is to fill my son's otter pelt with gold, and then cover every hair on its back until I cannot see it at all." The three men agreed and set out at once for a waterfall where they knew that a dwarf by the name of Andvari lived, as a sharp-toothed pike, and guarded a magnificent treasure of gold and jewels. With characteristic cunning, Loki managed to divert the fish, and as Andvari was changed back into a dwarf to retrieve the treasure. Loki and Odin gathered together the splendid gold brooches, rings, necklaces, and ornaments, and as they made way to leave, they saw something glinting from the pocket of the trembling dwarf. "What's that?" said Loki, ever quick of eye. "Oh, this," said Andvari. "This you cannot have. This ring has a curse on it. Whoever owns it, once it leaves my care, will have nothing but disaster." Loki had little fear of curses and enchantment, for he could rival the best with his own, and he snatched the ring from the dwarf, and the three men made their way back to the cabin. There, they stuffed the pelt of Kridmar's son, and then covered the body with more gold. Finally, they were finished. Kridmar came to inspect. "Ha!" he cried at once. "I see a whisker still uncovered. You have failed in your task, and I will kill you all." Loki stepped forward and bent down on his knee. "Please, sir," he said graciously. "I have this one ring here, which will cover the hair. But it holds an evil curse, and I do not wish it upon you or your family." "Give me the ring," snarled Creedmar, "and all of you, be off." The three travelers continued on their way, and soon forgot about Creedmar and his son. But just moments after they left, the curse began to take effect. Creedmar had two more sons, one called Fafnir, who also changed shape, and another called Regin. Regin was away working as a blacksmith in Denmark, and he had as his pupil none other than Sigurd, son of Sigmund. Fafnir, however, lived at home, and on the very day that the curse fell upon his father, Fafnir took on a particular glint in his eye and began to covet the treasure that filled his brother's pelt. A few days later, he murdered his own father, and changing shape, he became a monstrous dragon, hiding himself away in a cave and guarding his magnificent treasure. Now Regin, far away from the treasure, had, as part of the curse, begun to covet it himself, and he began to hatch a plan to have it returned. He assessed the young Sigurd, who was working with him, and noticing his bravery and his amazing skill with arms, he decided to approach him to see if he would fight the dragon. "Sigurd," he said slyly, "I noticed that you have come of an age that you may want to practice some of your great father's skills. There is a dragon I know of, one who guards a treasure. Perhaps you would like to test those skills." Now, Sigurd was just young enough to be tempted by the idea of fighting a dragon, and he went off into the forest the following day to find a horse. As he walked through the trees, where the horses ran free, he met an elderly man, one with just one eye, who suggested that Sigurd test the horses before he made his selection. And so together Sigurd and the old man sent the horses into a nearby river. All of the horses swam easily to the other side, and then galloped off into the distance. Only one horse returned, a lustrous grey stallion with a powerful body and fine, intelligent eyes. "Take that horse," said the old man. "He is a descendant of Odin's own horse, and he will care for you in times of trouble." With that, the old man disappeared, leaving Sigurd in no doubt as to who he had just seen. Turning to the horse, he stroked it and was rewarded by a happy snort. "I'll call you Granny," he said to the horse, "and together we shall kill a dragon." Sigurd returned to Regin to tell him of his new horse and to request that the blacksmith make him a great sword with which to kill the dragon. Regin began working, toiling over the hot forge until a sword was brought forth, gleaming. Sigurd lifted it into his hands and then laid a heavy blow on the anvil. The sword broke into 1,000 tiny pieces, and Regin looked at Sigurd in surprise. Back he went to the forge once again, and another sword was made. This one stronger, and with a gleam that was even brighter than the first. Again, Sigurd lifted the sword and brought it down on the anvil, and again it shattered into tiny pieces. Regin shook his head and began work on a third sword. "Go home, Sigurd. I will have another for you to try tomorrow." Sigurd was puzzled by the course of events, and a seed of doubt had entered his mind about the ambitions of his tutor. Regin seemed very keen to have the dragon slain, and Sigurd wondered why. He approached his mother and explained the whole story to her. Fjords said, "My son, there is a secret of which you are not aware of. You are not the son of the man you think your father. You are the son of King Sigmund. And just before he died, he presented me with the pieces of this sword, which you may have forged to protect you. This sword will slay your dragon, if that is what you wish, and this same sword will protect you from whatever Regin has in store." The following day, Sigurd returned to the smithy with the sword, and it was placed in the fire by Regin. Suddenly there was a flash of bright light, and the sword emerged of its own accord, glittering in the firelight like a crystal. Sigurd reached for the sword and brought it down on the anvil. At once, the anvil split in two, and the gleam was reflected in the eyes of Regin. He could think of nothing now but the treasure, and so it was that the two gentlemen set off. When they reached the cave of the dragon, Regin turned to Sigurd. "Go now, boy, and slay this dragon. There will be treasure for us both. Whatever you do, don't let his blood touch you, for you will burn for certain." Sigurd set off in the direction of the dragon, and as he approached, the stranger from the woods appeared to him once again. "Sigurd, what Regin tells you is wrong. Bathe in the blood of the dragon, for it will make you invincible. Approach him from the back, for if you go this way, you will surely be burned." With that, the one-eyed man disappeared. Sigurd did as he was bid, and he struck the great dragon from behind, slaying him at once. He cut a hole in the dragon's neck, and stripping off his clothes, he bathed in the dragon's blood until every part of his body was covered, except for a tiny spot between the shoulder blades where a piece of heather had rested. Gathering up the treasure, he returned to Regin, who was delighted to hear of the spoils. "Do me one more favor, Sigurd," he asked. "Cut out the heart of the dragon so that I may eat it, and a part of my brother may live on in me." Sigurd returned to the dragon, and he did what was asked. As he roasted the heart over a fire, a drop of blood fell on his hand, where it burned and began to smoke. Suddenly, he began to hear voices. Looking around, he saw no people, but the voices persisted. And it was that moment that Sigurd realized that he could hear the birds speaking to one another, and they were discussing him. Sigurd listened while they spoke of Regin's treachery, and how foolish he was to have trusted him. And when Sigurd looked up, there was Regin, ready to strike him down. With his mighty sword, Sigurd beheaded the blacksmith with one swing. And so it was that Sigurd gathered up the treasure. As he put the same cursed ring in his pocket, he heard the birds say, "He must not take the cursed ring. Does the great Sigurd not know what will happen if he does?" But shrugging their words aside, Sigurd made off for home. As he travelled, he saw in the distance a fine castle surrounded by white light. He coaxed his horse up and over the light, and landed on the marble flagstones of the castle courtyard. Dismounting, Sigurd laid down his sword and entered the castle. There, in the main hallway, lay a knight in shining armor. Sigurd quietly reached towards the knight's helmet and lifted it gently off, curious to see what great warrior lay in their state. But to his great surprise, a tumble of hair fell out from beneath the helmet, and there lay an exquisite girl. He prodded her, and as if by magic, her armor disappeared and her eyes opened. When this girl caught eyes with Sigurd, there came between them a feeling that happens most infrequently. It was a love with such intensity that Sigurd knew at once that she was a part of him, and he her. He slipped his hand into his pocket and withdrew the ring, slipping it onto her finger. Some say this girl was called Brunhilde, and that she was the daughter of Odin. Others say she was born of Sigurd's need, and therefore was in truth a part of himself. Whoever she was, she became a part of Sigurd's life, and a part of a curse that he had just placed on her slender finger. But that, and the other tales of Sigurd and his adventures, is another story altogether. Thor was one of the 12 principal deities of Asgard, and he lived in the splendid realm of Thrudvang, where he built a palace called Bilskirnir. Here he lived as god of thunder, and his name was invoked more than any other in the age of the Vikings. For Thor was the protector of the land, a fine figure of a man with glowing eyes, firm muscles, and a red beard that made him instantly recognizable. He became known across the worlds for his great hammer, Mjolnir, which means the Crusher, and it was forged by the Dark Elves. This hammer, together with Thor's strength and his terrible temper, made him the fiercest god of Asgard and a personification of brute force. Thor was also god of might and war, and because of his popularity, he soon grew to embody the forces of agriculture and became a symbol of the earth itself. He is remembered throughout the world on the 4th day of every week, Thursday, or Thor's Day. Thor was married to Sif, whose long golden hair was her one great pride. It felt to her like a ray of sunlight, and it was the color of ripe corn silk in the summer meadows. As she brushed it, it glinted in the light and became a symbol of great beauty across Asgard. One day, the glistening cascade of her hair caught the eye of Loki, and he wondered then how he could ever have imagined living without it. He thought about that hair all day and all throughout the night. And then, just as the moon reached her pinnacle in the midnight sky, Loki leapt to his feet and made for Sif's bedchamber, where he knew he would find her sleeping. The moon cast long shadows into the sleeping goddess's delicately furnished room, and it was easy for the fleet-footed Loki to steal in and set to work. Loki crept to the side of Sif's bed, and very gently, so that he did not disturb her, he withdrew a pair of great shears from his cloak and cut her long veil of hair from her head. Winding the tresses around his arm, he darted from the room once again, and there was silence until, that is, Sif awoke to discover the travesty that had occurred. Her shrieks brought everyone in the kingdom running to her side, and Thor howled with such outrage that the entire kingdom of Asgard was shook. It was not long before Loki was searched out and brought before the hateful god. Thunder boomed in the sky as the cringing trickster fell to his knees before Thor. "I beg you, Thor," he cried. "Let me free, and I will find a new head of hair for Sif. One that is even more beautiful than the one she has now. I'll go to the dark elves. They'll fashion one." Loki's head bobbed up and down with fright, and eventually Thor gave in. "You have 20 hours to come forward with the tresses, and if you fail, Loki, you will be removed from Asgard forever." Thor banged down a thunderbolt at Loki's feet, and the traitor scampered away hastily, hardly daring to breathe at his good fortune. Loki travelled at once to the centre of the earth, to where the wily dwarf Dvalin had his home. He threw himself on the mercy of the dwarf and requested as well 2 gifts for which he could win the favour of Odin and Freya, who were bound to hear of the news and wished to punish him themselves. Dvalin worked over the heat of his forge for many hours, and as he worked, he chanted the words which would make all he forged the finest there was. For there are no arms as powerful, nor as invincible, as those fashioned by dwarfs. First, he finished the spear, which would always hit its mark. Next, he formed the ship, which would always find wind, even on the most silent of seas, and which could sail through the air as well as on the water. The ship was folded carefully and placed in a tiny compass. Loki's eyes shone at its undoubted worth. Finally, Dvalin spun the most graceful of golden threads, and these he wove into a head of hair so lustrous and shining that all the dark elves gasped at its beauty. Dvalin handed it carefully to Loki, wrapped in the softest of tissues, and said, "As soon as this touches your princess's head, it shall grow there and become as her own." Loki took all the gifts from Dvalin, whom he thanked profusely, and feeling very pleased with himself, he set off for Asgard with a skip in his step. His jauntiness attracted the attention of 2 dwarfs who sat by the side of a small cottage. "Why do you smile so?" asked the first. For Loki's reputation had preceded him, and the dwarfs were certain that his happiness could have no virtuous cause. "Dvalin," boasted Loki, "is the most clever of smiths, both here and in all 9 worlds." And with that, he held up his prizes for the dwarfs to examine. "That's pish," said the first dwarf, who was called Brokey. "My brother Sindri can fashion gifts that are far more beautiful than those, and sturdier too." He paused, and then continued, leaning towards Loki, began to look rather put out. "Our gifts would hold the magic of the very centre of the earth, I'll tell you this, Loki. Our gifts would hold the magic of the very center of the earth, he whispered. Loki choked, and then, recovering himself, immediately challenged the dwarf to prove his words. So confident was he of the gifts he held now, that he placed a wager on his own head. And so it was that Brokey and Sindri made their way into the smithy and began work on the hottest of forges. Sindri agreed to fashion the goods, on the condition that Brokey blew the bellows, a task which would prove difficult over the great heat that was necessary for Sindri to win the wager. Sindri at once threw some gold into the fire and left the room, eager to invoke the powers which would be invested in a great wild boar, which he had decided upon for Freya. Alone with the roaring fire, Brokey worked hard at the bellows, never pausing despite the tremendous heat. Loki watched from the window, and as he observed the determination and the strength of the dwarf, he began to grow uneasy. At once, he decided that he must intervene, and as quick as a flash of light, he turned himself into a gadfly and alighted on the hand of Brokey, where he set in a stinger so deep that a rush of blood rose to the surface immediately. Brokey cried out in pain, but he continued the bellowing, never missing a beat. Sindri returned to the room and drew from the fire an enormous boar. This boar would have the strength of all other boars there were, but he would have the additional ability to shine a rich and powerful light into any part of the world in which he traveled. He was the perfect gift for the sun god Freya, and nothing could match the brilliance of its light but the sun god himself. So Sindri flung more gold into the fire and instructed Brokey to continue to blow. Once again, he left the room to seek the necessary enchantment, and once again, Loki took on the form of a gadfly. In an instant, he landed on Brokey's cheek and stung through the weathered skin until Brokey cried out and turned white with pain. But still, he worked on, pumping his bellows until Sindri returned once more. And triumphant, Sindri drew from the fire a ring, which would become the very symbol of fertility. For on every 9th night, 8 identical rings would drop from this ring, with powers to match. The final gift was yet to be prepared, and this time Sindri threw iron onto the fire, leaving Brokey hard at work as he left to call upon the final spirits. Brokey's strength was beginning to flag, but his will was as strong as ever. He pumped away as the fire burned brighter and brighter until suddenly a horsefly lit on his neck and stung him with a ferocity that caused him to leap into the air. But still, he did not miss even one pump of the bellows. Loki was becoming desperate. He arranged himself on the forehead of the hapless dwarf, and he stung straight into a vein on his forehead that throbbed with effort. He was rewarded by a gush of blood that streamed out into the fire and into Brokey's eyes. The dwarf raised his hand for a split second to wipe aside the blood, but that moment caused damage that could not be erased. When Sindri returned and drew out the great hammer, its handle was short and ungainly. Brokey hung his head in disappointment, but Sindri pointed out that the powers of the great hammer would more than make up for its small size. Indeed, he thought, it might be an advantage in that it could be easily hidden in a man's tunic. So Brokey gathered up the gifts and carried them outside to Loki, who accompanied the dwarf back to Asgard with his booty. Odin was given the ring, Frey was given the boar, and Thor was given the hammer. Loki then presented Sif with her golden hair, and when she placed it upon her shorn head, it latched itself there and began to grow in swirls and waves until it reached her feet once more. A shining veil of hair that shone more brightly than ever before. The spear was given to Odin and the ship to Frey. Each god was delighted with his gift, and there was much camaraderie as they slapped the back of the dwarfs and the redeemed Loki. It was Brokey who put a stop to the celebrations when he stepped forward and explained the wager that had been made by Loki. The gods looked at one another and eyed their magnificent gifts. Although it was agreed that Sif's hair could not be more lustrous or more beautiful, the gods announced that Brokey's gifts were the finest and the most magical, for the sole reason that Thor's great hammer was of such a magnificent size that it could be hidden away and used against the frost giants at a moment's notice. Loki's games had backfired, and he turned on his heels and fled before Brokey could undertake his part of the bargain and beheaded him. Brokey started in outrage and implored Thor to come to his rescue in catching Loki, who was making away at full speed. Still smarting from Sif's agony, Thor threw out a lightning bolt and caught Loki by the ankles, returning him to face his fate at the hands of Brokey and his brother. But when Loki was delivered to the dwarfs, Thor took pity on Loki and insisted to Brokey that he could have Loki's head, but that he must not touch his neck, for the neck of Loki belonged to him, Thor. Of course, there was no way to remove a head without touching the adjoining neck, and Brokey stomped around in fury before he came up with a plan which would serve him equally. Gathering his brother's great awl for the purpose, he punched holes along Loki's lips and stitched them together with an unbreakable cord. It was many days before Loki's howls of pain ceased, and many more before he was able to unstitch the cord. Loki did not speak for almost 100 days, as his torn lips were so painful he could not bear to move them. In time, however, Loki was able to speak once again, causing Thor and everyone in Asgard to rue the day that the wager was broken. Thor had planned one of his regular trips to Jotunheim, and he set out on this occasion with Loki. It had not been many months since Loki had stolen Sif's hair, and Thor decided that it was safer for all if Loki was under his own keen eye. So it was that they set out in Thor's chariot, and as night fell, they came upon the hut of a peasant, where they requested a bed for the night. The peasant lived in a small hut with his wife and 2 children, and although they did not have as much food to spare, they offered it all to Thor, who ate greedily. It soon became clear that there was not anywhere near enough food for all. So, Thor took his 2 goats from the stable, where he'd put them for the night, and slew them, roasting them over the coals of the peasant's hearth until the succulent meat slipped from the bones. He threw down his cloak onto the floor and requested that the bones be placed there. The peasant and his family were in ecstasy, for it had been many months since they had tasted fresh meat, and so carried away was the peasant himself that when Thor looked away from his meal, he slyly cut into the bone of the goat leg and tasted the marrow. When the meal was finished, Thor wrapped up the bones and placed them outside the door, and the 2 gods settled down for the night. When morning came, Thor opened the door and, pulling aside his cloak, set free the 2 goats which had been reborn. He noticed, however, that one of his goats was rather lame, and that his front right leg appeared to be damaged in some way, so that he found it difficult to walk. Thor was furious. He was furious that his commands had been so ravishly disregarded, and he realized that he would have to leave the goat behind, for it was too lame to travel. He thrust his great hammer into the air and was about to slaughter the entire family, when the peasant crept forward and confessed that he alone was the one who had eaten the bone. He begged Thor to show clemency to his family, and grudgingly Thor agreed to take his 2 children, Thiavli, a strong young boy, and Roskva, a pretty girl, to be his lifelong servants as repayment. So the peasant was left with the goats, and the 4 set out on foot, the chariot left behind, until the crippled goat could walk again. The countryside was cold and sparse. What water they could find to drink was tainted by the smell of giants, and Thor became ill-tempered. Eventually, night began to fall, and they were forced to find a place in which to sleep. Ahead of them was a great hall, and they approached it thankfully, curling up in its center to spend the night. They had not been sleeping for long when there was a great banging and the earth began to rock and shake. The peasants' 2 children moaned with fear, but Thor pressed his hands over their mouths and bid them to follow him into an alcove which led off to the side of the hall. There they huddled and at last slept. When morning dawned, the 4 weary travellers made their way from the hall and stopped with a start, for there lay sleeping a giant, bigger than any they had ever seen before. His snores laid flat the sparse vegetation, and the peasants' children hurled themselves behind Thor in fright. Eventually, the giant opened one sleepy eye and caught sight of Thor and his party. He snorted and then sat up, speaking in a loud, rumbling voice. "So, you are the ones who dared to make your camp in my mitten." Thor looked around in surprise, and his eyes settled on the great hall in which they had managed to find shelter. The hall was none other than the giant's mitten. The alcove had been the thumb. Thor stepped forward and identified himself, and in return the giant said his name was Vasti. Vasti seemed a friendly giant, and he suggested that the 2 parties put together their provisions and travel on together. Thor agreed, for it would do them no harm to have the additional assistance of a giant should they encounter trouble on their travels. And so they set off, Thor, Loki, and the children scuttling along in the giant's footsteps. The day was long and difficult. Even the great Thor struggled to keep up with the immense strides of the giant, and when it came to eat and to rest, he was as grateful as the others. Vasti opened his sack and removed a large piece of meat, which he consumed in a few moments. He grunted and passed the sack to Thor, and then turned on his side and fell into a deep sleep, his noisy snores disrupting the landscape once again. Thor reached greedily for the bag. They had had no sustenance all day, and all 4 of them were weak with hunger. He struggled with the cord and stamped and shouted, but despite his greatest efforts, he was unable to fasten the knots tied by Vasti. Loki then took the opportunity to weave his own magic on the knots, but they remained tightly fastened. Loki and the children settled down to sleep, too cold and hungry to bother any further. But Thor was irate. The giant's snoring made it impossible to sleep, and he was more hungry than he'd been since the day of his conception. Finally, he lifted up his great hammer and banged it down with all the force he could muster onto the giant's head. Vasti turned and muttered and called out in his sleep that the leaf which had dropped on him was a nuisance, and then he fell back into a deep sleep and left Thor to gaze at him in astonishment. A few moments later, he tried again, this time invoking a series of enchantments to make his blow even more supremely powerful, and he hit Vasti upon the brow, deep enough that the hammer was embedded into the giant's skull. Thor dragged it out and waited for the inevitable shriek of pain. But Vasti only turned again in his sleep and complained about a bit of bark that must have fallen on him from the trees above. Thor had never been so infuriated. Everyone knew that he was invincible, that his powers were stronger than any on earth, and yet, with his fine hammer, he was unable to make the slightest dent on the sleeping giant. He tried one last time, and when Vasti started only slightly and suggested that perhaps an acorn had fallen upon his head, Thor gave up and tried to settle down to sleep. He slept not a wink that night, and when Vasti rose early on the morrow, he was in a fiery mood. Vasti had gone as far as he could with Thor and his men, and he would be travelling on to his own home across the icy mountains. He carefully pointed out the way to the castle of Utgard Loki, king of the giants. But before he left, Vasti spoke quietly to the travellers and told them that they would find giants even larger than he at this palace. Perhaps they should turn back now, he suggested, for he could not guarantee them any safety if they went on alone. But Thor was too fractious to listen to his warnings, and they went on towards the palace. In a few short hours they had arrived. The tiny size of the gods meant that it was easy for them to slip between the bars of the fence surrounding the castle, and soon enough they had made their way to the inner chambers, the sanctuary of Utgard Loki himself. The king of the gods was, as Vasti had promised, larger than all giants, and fierce of countenance and expression. He laughed uproariously when he saw Thor. "We have tales of you, Thor," he said, "and we know who you are by that red beard of yours. We didn't expect you to be so small." And with that, he broke into laughter, sending Thor into spasms of anger. "My size is of no importance," he said stoutly, "for I am capable of feats that men of all sizes would find impossible." Loki, who had also suffered enough on their journey, leapt forward in Thor's defense. "We shall challenge you to beat our many talents," he shouted. "And to begin with, I challenge you to find someone in your ranks who can eat a meal more quickly than I can." Now, Loki was more confident of winning such a feat, for he had an appetite that was keener than most gods at the best of times. Here, he was virtually starving after 2 days without any food. The king nodded and signaled to his cook to join them. The table was laden with platters of bones, gravy, and huge slices of dripping meat. At the sound of the horn, the cook and Loki began to eat. Loki ate ravenously, devouring meat and gravy with gusto enhanced by the powers he had called down to help him. At the sound of the horn, he stopped and looked around. The king pointed to the other end of the table, and Loki stopped in his tracks. For not only had the cook eaten all the meat and gravy at his side of the table, he had even eaten the bones, the platters, and the table as well. Utgard Loki the king smiled, and with a wave of his hand dismissed Loki, who hung his head in shame. Thor stepped forward next and held up his hand for silence. I hereby challenge any man or giant to drink a greater draught than me. Anyone at all, he shouted. A horn was dragged before Thor, and the giant king smiled once again. Your challenge, Thor, shall be met, he said. You'll see before you a horn which can, by our champion, be drunk in 1 or 2 great swallows. Let us see you match that. So, Thor placed his mouth around the great vessel, which stretched the entire length of the room, and drawing in a deep breath, he began to drink. He sucked in the liquid, and after moments without breathing, he stopped, crept along the length of the horn to see how deeply he had drunk. The horn was full. The level of the drink had not moved even the tiniest percentage. Thor shook his head in amazement. He knew his capacity for drinking was greater than anyone's, and yet he could not make any real dent in the contents of the horn. He swallowed again, and then spat on the floor. Salty, he muttered to himself, and sat down. Utgard Loki nodded his head and said quietly, One would have expected more from Thor, would they not? Thialfi, the peasant's son, had had enough of the taunting. He had grown to love Thor in the days they had been together, and he quickly leapt to his defense, volunteering himself for a race with the quickest of the giants. So, Utgard Loki put forward his quickest man, a young giant called Hugi. The 2 boys lined up, and the race began. It seemed that the first race had been a draw, for both men appeared to reach the finish line at the same moment. And so, another race was called, and they lined up once again. As the bell went, and as Thialfi lifted his foot to set off in the direction of the finish, Hugi raced to the line and back. The race was over, and this time there was no question of who had won. Well, 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 said Utgard Loki, roaring with laughter. There are not many tricks to your trade, are there, Thor? To which the angry god trembled, but said nothing. What do you say? shouted Utgard Loki, winking furiously at the crowd of giants who had arrived to watch this spectacle. You try to raise our pretty kitty. He pointed to a giant cat who reclined gracefully in the corner of the hall. Thor's pride had taken a beating, and he was determined to prove himself. Surely it could not be difficult to lift a cat. He strode purposefully towards the cat, who yawned and licked her paw before sitting up. He tightened his belt, which made him stronger, and then he tugged and pulled at the cat with all his might. But only one paw was lifted from the ground, and despite his every effort, he could not move her. The cat batted him playfully with the paw he'd managed to lift, and laid back once again, her tail flicking to and fro in the sunlight. Thor looked towards the giant king and asked for one final challenge. Said the king. There is one person in my household who may be suitable to wrestle with you. May I introduce to you my nurse, the 100-year-old Ellie? There was great laughter amongst the crowd as Ellie crept forth, hardly able to hold herself upright. Thor moved quickly towards her and pulled and shoved until Utgard Loki called for him to stop. Thor swallowed with difficulty. He was bewildered and he was furious. He stared at Utgard Loki and said quietly, I have been beaten. Until this day, I thought there was no one greater than I. You have shown me my place, and for that I must respect you. Thor signaled to Thialvi and Roskva, and with Loki on one arm, they made to leave the hall, defeated and humiliated. But Utgard Loki, the giant king, called out in a voice that was once humane and conciliatory. You have come here today against my will, he said proudly. This is our home, and you are not welcome here. Your show of strength is not welcome here. I was forced to do something to keep you away forever. At that, the giant transformed, and in an instant, he became Vasti. Do you recognize me? He said. When I lay sleeping just last night, I took the precaution of placing a mountain over my head, one which was invisible to you, Thor. And it is just as well, for it seems that you are unable to open the magic cord of my sack. You took it upon yourself to hit the mountain. There he paused, and casting open a curtain, gesticulated out the window at a series of valleys surrounding the mountain on the horizon. Those valleys, he said solemnly, are the blows you aimed to my head. Thor gasped, but said nothing, waiting for the king to continue. And continue he did. Loki's opponent had been none other than Wildfire. The Elfie's racing partner had been the king's thoughts, and there could be none as swift as these. Thor's drinking horn had been dipped at one end into the ocean, and no matter how deeply he had drunk, the ocean would have remained undrinkable. Utgard Loki commented that the tides of the ocean had been altered by Thor's great swallows, but then he hurriedly went on. The cat was, in reality, Jormungandr, the world serpent. And had Thor not heard the gasp of terror when it seemed as though Thor may be responsible for removing the serpent's tail from its mouth? Everyone there knew what chaos would exist when such an occurrence would happen, for it had been prophesied that the end of the world would be nigh. Eli was old age itself, and he had nearly unseated her. In all, Thor had been successful in many ways. "You may hold your head high," said the giant proudly. "But please, Thor, do not return to our shores." Thor was only slightly placated by the king's explanations, and he lifted his powerful hammer to bring an end to the lifestyle of Utgard Loki and his men. But as quickly as he could lift his hammer, the castle was enveloped in a sea of mist, and he could see nothing. The world of the giants was completely enshrouded, and Thor had no recourse but to return home to Asgard. His mission was incomplete, and Thor had been branded a puny weakling in the eyes of the giant. But he had faced many of nature's most formidable enemies, and had left his mark. And for that, the god of war could stand tall once again. Baldur was the beautiful, radiant god of light and innocence. Each life that he touched glowed with goodness, and he was loved by all who knew him. His twin brother Hodur, who was blind, and Baldur tended to him with every kindness and consideration. Hodur worshipped Baldur and would do nothing in his power to harm him. There came a morning when Baldur woke with the dawn. His face tightened with fear and foresight. He had dreamed of his own death, and he lay there petrified, aware, somehow, that the strength of this dream forecasted sinister things to come. So Baldur travelled to see Odin, who listened carefully and knew at once that the fears of his son were justified. For in his shining eyes there was no longer simply innocence, there was knowledge as well. Odin went at once to his throne at the top of the Yggdrasil, and he prayed there for a vision to come to him. At once, he saw the head of Vala, the seer, come to him, and he knew he must travel to Hel's kingdom to visit Vala's grave. Only then he would learn the truth of his favorite son's fate. It was many long days before Odin reached the innermost gates on Hel's estate. He moved quietly so that Hel would not know of his coming, and he was disregarded by most of the workers in her lands, for they were intent on some celebrations and were preparing the hall for the arrival of an esteemed guest. At last, the mound of Vala's grave appeared, and he sat there on it, keeping his head so low that the prophetess would not catch a glimpse of his face. Vala was a seer of all things future and all things past, and there was nothing that escaped her bright eyes, and she could be called upon only by magic of the ruins to tell her of knowledge. The grave was wreathed in shadows, and a mist hung uneasily over the tombstone. There was a silence as Odin whispered to Vala to come forth. Baldur's brother will slay him, said Vala, and with that she withdrew into her grave. Odin leapt up and cried out, "With the power of the ruins, you must tell me more. Tell me, Vala, which esteemed guest does Hel prepare for?" "Baldur," she muttered from the depths of the grave, "and I will say no more." Odin shook his head with concern. He could not see how it could be possible that Baldur's brother would take his life. Baldur and Hoder were the closest of brothers and shared the same thoughts, and indeed speech for much of the time. He returned to Asgard with his concerns still intact, and he discussed them there with Frigga, who listened carefully. "I have a plan," she announced, "and I am certain you will agree that this is the best course of action for all of us. I plan to travel through all 9 lands, and I will seek the pledge of every living creature, every plant, every metal and stone, not to harm Baldur." And Frigga was as good as her word, for on the morrow she set out and travelled far and wide. Everywhere she went, extracting with ease the promise of every living creature and inanimate object to love Baldur, and to see that he was not injured in any way. And so it was that Baldur was immune to injury of any kind, and it became a game among the children of Asgard to aim their spears and arrows at him and laugh as they bounced off, leaving him unharmed. Baldur was adored throughout the worlds, and there was no one who did not smile when he spied him. No one, that is, except Loki, whose jealousy of Baldur had reached an unbearable pitch. Each night he ruminated over the ways in which he could murder Baldur, but he could think of none. Frigga had taken care to involve all possible dangers in her oath, and there was nothing now that would hurt him. But the scheming Loki was not unwise, and soon he came up with a plan. Transforming himself into a beggar woman, he knocked on Frigga's door and requested a meal. Frigga was pleased to offer her hospitality, and she sat down to keep the beggar company as she ate. Loki, in his disguise, chatted on about the handsome Baldur, who he'd seen in the hall, and he mentioned his fears that Baldur would be killed by one of the spears and arrows he had seen hurled at him. Frigga laughed and explained that Baldur was now invincible. "Did everything swear an oath to you then?" asked Loki slyly. "Oh yes," said Frigga, but then she paused. "All that is, except for a funny little plant which was growing at the base of the oak tree at Valhalla. Why, I'd never before set eyes on such a little shoot of greenery, and it was far too immature to swear to anything so important as my oath." "What's it called?" asked Loki again. Said Frigga, still unaware of the dangers her information might invoke. "Mistletoe. Yes, mistletoe." Loki thanked Frigga hastily for his meal and left her palace, transforming at once into his mischievous self and travelling to Valhalla as quickly as his feet would take him. He carefully plucked up the budding mistletoe and returned to Odin's hall, where Baldur played with the younger gods and goddesses as they shot him unsuccessfully with arms of every shape and size. Hoder was standing frowning in the corner, and Loki whispered for him to come over. "What is it, Hoder?" he asked. "Nothing, really. Just that I cannot join their games," said Hoder quietly. "Come with me," said Loki, "for I can help." And leading Hoder into a position close to Baldur, he placed in his hands a bow and arrow fashioned from the fleetest of fabrics. To the end of the arrow he tied a small leaf of mistletoe and chopped the razor-sharp tip with a plump white berry. "Now, shoot now," he cried to Hoder, who pulled back the bow and let the arrow soar towards its target. There was a sharp gasp, and then there was silence. Hoder shook his head with surprise. Where were the happy shouts? Where was the laughter telling him that his own arrow had hit its mark and failed to harm the victim? The silence spoke volumes, for Baldur lay dead in a circle of admirers, as pale and frightened as if they had seen hell herself. The agony spread across Asgard like a great wave. When it was discovered who had shot the fatal blow, Hoder was sent far from his family and left alone in the wilderness. He had not yet had a moment to utter the name of the god who had encouraged him to penetrate this grave crime, and his misery kept him silent. Frigga was drowning in grief. She begged Hermod, the swiftest of her sons, to set out at once to Vilheim to beg Hel to release Baldur to them all. And so he climbed upon Odin's finest steed and set out for the 9 worlds of Hell, a task so fearsome that he shook uncontrollably. In Asgard, Frigga and Odin carried their son's body to the sea, where a funeral pyre was created and lit. Nanna, Baldur's wife, could bear it no longer, and before the fire was set out on the sea, she threw herself on the flames and perished there with her only love. As a token of their great affection and esteem, the gods offered, one by one, their most prized possessions and laid them on the pyre as it set out for the wild seas. Odin produced his magic ring, and the greatest gods of Asgard gathered to see the passing of Baldur. And so the blazing ship left the shore with full sail set, and then darkness swallowed it, and Baldur had gone. Throughout this time, Hermod had been travelling at great speed towards Hel. He rode for 9 days and 9 nights, never taking a moment to sleep. He galloped on and on, bribing the watchman of each gate to let him past and invoking the name of Baldur as the reason for his journey. At last, he reached the hall of Hel, where he found Baldur sitting easily with Nanna, in great comfort and looking quite content. Hel stood by his side, keeping a close watch on her newest visitor. He looked up at Hermod with disdain, for everyone knew that once a spirit had reached Hel, it could not be released. But Hermod fell on one knee and begged the icy mistress to reconsider her hold over Baldur. Please, Queen Hel, without Baldur we cannot survive. There can be no future for Asgard without his presence, he cried. But Hel would not be moved. She held out for 3 days and 3 nights, while Hermod stayed right by her side, begging and pleading and offering every conceivable reason why Baldur should be released. And finally, the Queen of Darkness gave in. "Return at once to Asgard," she said harshly. "And if what you say is true, if everything in Asgard loves Baldur and cannot live without him, everything living and inanimate, then he will be released. But if there is even one dissenter, if there is even one stone in your land who does not mourn the passing of Baldur, then he shall remain here with me." Hermod was gladdened by this news, for he knew that everyone, including Hoder, who had sent the fatal arrow flying through the air, loved Baldur. He agreed to these terms at once and set off for Asgard, relaying himself and his news with speed that astonished all who saw him arrive. Immediately, Odin sent his messengers to all corners of the universe, asking for tears to be shed for Baldur. And as they travelled, everyone and everything began to weep, until a torrent of water rushed across the tree of life. And after everyone had been approached, and each had shed his tears, the messengers made their way back to Odin's palace with glee. Baldur would be released. There could be no doubt. But it was not meant to be. For as the last messenger travelled back to the palace, he noticed the form of an old beggar woman, hidden in the darkness of a cave. He approached her then, and bid her to cry for Baldur, but she did not. Her eyes remained dry. The uproar was carried across to the palace, and Odin himself came to see dry eyes, whose inability to shed tears would cost him the life of his son. He stared into those eyes, and he saw then what the messenger had failed to see, what Frigga had failed to see, and what had truly caused the death of Baldur. For those eyes belonged to none other than Loki, and it was he who had murdered Baldur, as surely as if the arrow had left his own hands. The sacred code of Asgard had been broken, for blood had been spilled by one of their own in their own land. The end of the world was nigh, but first Loki would be punished once and for all. The wrath of the gods was so great that Asgard shuddered and shook. As Odin looked down upon Loki in the form of the beggar woman and made the decision to punish him, Loki transformed himself into a fly and disappeared. Although he was crafty, even his most supreme efforts to save himself were as nothing in the face of Odin's determination to trace him. Loki travelled far to the distant mountains, and on the peak of the most isolated of them all, here he built a cabin with windows and doors on all sides, so that he could see the enemy approaching and flee from any side before they reached him. By day, he haunted a pool by a rushing waterfall, taking the shape of a salmon. His life was uncomplicated, and although he was forced to live by his wits, and the fear of the gods' revenge was great, Loki was not unhappy. From his throne above the worlds, Odin watched and waited, and when he saw that Loki had grown complacent and no longer looked with quite such care from his many windows, he struck. It was one particular evening that Loki sat weaving. He had just invented what we today called a fishnet, and as he worked he hummed to himself, glancing every now and then from his great windows and then back at his work. The gods were almost upon him when he first noticed them, and they were led by Kvasir, who was known amongst all gods for his wisdom and ability to unravel the tricks of even the most seasoned trickster. And as he saw them arriving, Loki fled from the back door and transformed himself into a salmon and leapt into the pond. The gods stood in the doorway, surveying the room. Kvasir walked over to the fishing net and examined it closely. His eyes caught a glimmer of fish scales on the floor, and he nodded sagely. "It is my assessment," he said, "that our Loki has become a fish, and," he held up the fishing net, "we will catch him with his own web." The gods made their way to the stream, which lay at the bottom of the waterfall. Throwing the net into the water, they waited for daybreak, when Loki the salmon would enter the waters and be caught in his own net. Of course, Loki was too clever to be trapped so easily, and he swam beneath the net and far away from that part of the pond where the gods were fishing. Kvasir soon realized their mistake, and he ordered that rocks be placed at the bottom of the net so that none could swim beneath it. And they waited. Loki looked with amusement at the god's trap and gracefully soared through the air above the net, his eyes glinting in the early morning light. And as his fins were just inches from the water, and when he was so close to escape that he had begun to plan his celebrations, 2 firm hands were thrust out, and he was lifted into the air. He hardly dared look at his captor, and he began to tremble when he saw that it was none other than Thor who had moved so swiftly to catch him. "I command you to take your own form, Loki," he shouted, holding tight to the smooth scales of the salmon. Loki knew he was beaten. Quietly, he transformed himself once again into Loki, only to find himself hung over by the heels of the rippling waters. And as Thor raised his great hammer to beat Loki to death, a hand reached out and stopped him. It was Odin, and he spoke gently and with enormous purpose. "Death is too good for this rodent," he whispered. "Take him at once to the Hell's Worlds and tie him there for good." And so it was that Loki was taken to Filheim, where Thor grabbed 3 massive rocks and formed a platform for the hapless trickster. Then Loki's 2 sons, Vali and Nari, were brought forth, and an enchantment was laid upon Vali so that he took the form of a wolf and attacked his brother Nari, tearing him to pieces in front of his anguished father. Gathering up Nari's entrails, which were now endowed with magic properties, he tied Loki's limbs so that he lay across the 3 rocks, unable to move. The entrails would tighten with every effort he made to escape, and to ensure that he could not use trickery to free himself, Thor placed the rocks on a precipice. One false move, and he could be sent crashing to his death in the canyon below. Finally, Skadi caught a poisonous snake and trapped it by its tail so that it hung over Loki's face, dripping venom into his mouth so that he screamed with pain and terror. He began to convulse, and was such a terrible sight that his wife rushed forward and begged to be allowed to stand beside him, holding a bowl with which to collect the poison. work of the gods was done. They turned then and left, and Loki's wife remained with her husband, ever true to her wedding vows. Every day or so, she moved from her position at his side in order to empty her bowl. And Loki's convulsions brought an earthquake to Asgard that lasted just as long as it took her to return with her bowl. They remained there until the end of time, for the gods, that is. The end of time was nigh, and it was Ragnarok. The end of the world had been prophesied from its beginning, and everyone across the world knew what to expect when Ragnarok fell upon them. For Ragnarok was the twilight of the gods, an end to the golden years of Asgard, an end to the palaces of delight, an end to the timeless world where nothing could interfere. It was the death of Baldur that set the stage for the end of the world, and it was Loki's crimes which had laid in place the main characters. And when the action had begun, there was no stopping it. When evil entered Asgard, it tainted all 9 worlds. Sol and Mani, high in the sky, paled with fright, and their chariots slowed as they moved with effort across the sky. They knew that the wolves would soon be upon them, and that it would only be a matter of time before eternal darkness would fall once again. And when Sol and Mani had been devoured, there was no light to shine on the earth, and the terrible cold crept into the warm reaches of summer and drew from the soil what was growing there. Snow began to drift down upon the freezing land, and soon it snowed a little faster and a little harder, until the earth was covered once again in a dark layer of ice. Winter was upon them, and it did not cease. For 3 long frozen seasons it was winter, and then, after a thaw that melted only one single layer of ice, it was back for 3 more. With the cold and the darkness came evil, which rooted itself in the hearts of men. Soon, crime was rampant, and all shreds of human kindness disappeared with the spring. At last, the stars were flung from the skies, causing the earth to tremble and shake. Loki and Fenris were freed from their manacles, and together they moved forward to wreak their revenge on the gods and men who had bound them so cruelly. At the bottom of Yggdrasil, there was a groan that emanated the entire length of the tree, for at that moment Nidhogg had gnawed through the root of the world tree, which quivered and shook from the bottom. Heimdall knew at once what was upon them, and raising his mighty horn to his lips, he blew the call that filled the heart of the gods and mankind with terror. Ragnarok. The gods sprang from their beds and thrust aside the finery that hung in their bedchambers. They armed themselves and mounted their horses, ready for the war that had been expected since the beginning of time. They moved quickly over the rainbow bridge, and they reached the field of Vigrid, where the last battle would be fought. The turmoil on earth caused the seas to toss and twist with waves, and soon the world serpent was woken from his deep sleep. The movement of the seas yanked the serpent's tail from his mouth, and it lashed around, sending waves crashing in every direction. And as the serpent crawled out upon the land for the first time, a tidal wave swelled across the earth and set afloat the ship of the dead, which had been constructed from the nails of the dead whose relatives had failed in their duties and had neglected to pare the nails of the deceased when they were laid to rest. As the wind caught the blackened sail, Loki leapt aboard and took her wheel. The ship of the undead, captained by the personification of all evil. Loki called upon the fire gods from Muspel, and they arrived in terrible glory. Another ship had set out for Vigrid, and this was steered by Hyrem and crewed by the frost giants who had waited many centuries for this battle. Across the raging seas, both vessels made for the battlefield. As they travelled, Hel crept from her underground estate, bringing with her Nithog and the hellhound Garm. From up above, there was a great crack, and Sita, with sword blazing, leapt with his sons to the Bifrost Bridge. From up above, there was a great crack, and Sita, with his sword blazing, leapt with his sons to the Bifrost Bridge, and with one swoop they felled it, and sent the shimmering rainbow crashing to the depths below. Quickly, Odin escaped from the battlefield, and slipped one last time to the Urdar fountain, where the Norns sat quietly accepting their fate. He leant over Mimir and requested her wisdom, but for once the head would not talk to him, and he remounted his horse and returned to the field, frightened and aware that he had no powers left with which to defend his people. The opposing armies lined themselves up on Vigrid Field. On one side were the Aesir, the Vanir. On the other, the fire giants, the frost giants, the undead with Hel, and Loki with his children. The air was filled with poison and the stench of evil from the opposing army. Yet the gods held up their heads and prepared for a battle to end all time. And so it was that the ancient enemies came to blows. Odin first met with the evil Fenris, and as he charged towards the fierce wolf, Fenris's massive jaws stretched open, and Odin was flung deep into the red throat. Thor stopped in his tracks, the death of his father burning deep in his breast. And with renewed fury, he lunged at the world serpent, engaging in a combat that would last for many hours. His hammer laid blow after blow on the serpent, and at last there was silence. Thor sat back in exhaustion, Jormungandr dying at his side. But as Thor made to move forward, to carry on and support his kin in further battles, the massive serpent exhaled one last time, in a cloud of poison so vile that Thor fell at once, lifeless in the mists of the serpent's breath. Heimdall met Loki hand to hand, and the forces of good and evil enraged in the battle that had been raging for all time. Their flames engulfed one another. There was a flash of light, and then there was nothing. The silent Vidar came rushing from a distant part of the plain to avenge the death of Odin, and he laid upon the jaw of Fenris a shoe which had been created for this day. With his arms and legs in motion, he tore the wolf's head from his body and then lay back in a pool of blood. Of all the gods, only Frey was left fighting. He battled valiantly, and as he lay down giant after giant, he felt a warmth on the back of his neck that meant only one thing. The heat burned and sizzled his skin, and as he turned he found himself face to face with Sita. With a cry of rage that howled through the torn land and shook the massive stem of the world ash, Yggdrasil, Sita flung down bolts of fire that engulfed the golden palaces of the gods and each of the worlds which lay beneath it. The heat caused the seas to bubble and to boil, and there came at once a wreath of smoke that blotted out the fire, and then the world. At last, all was as it had been in the beginning. There was blackness. There was chaos. There was a nothingness that stretched as far as there was space.